Yep.
Wah! Hello. Wait, I forgot to tell Blue Sky I'm live. Hello.
No. You might want to check and make sure that they can hear Discord. That's always seems to be a problem.
I can see the Discord stuff moving, so.
Okie dokie. Okay, let me hit my button now. I still got 7 minutes left, but I can change it. Or start early. I always start early. Okay. Satisfactory button. I wonder what changed. Sally, I am again surprised looking at the thing. Satisfactory, 638 hours.
What? Wait, what?
That's how many hours I've played Satisfactory.
Oh, I thought you, for a second, I thought that was how long it would take to update. Oh my gosh.
Oh, no. It's updated. It's updated. No, great, Sally, great. Let me know when you're in game.
Okay, give me a hug. Holy cow.
Okay.
Sorry, my brain just went. I was terrified for a second. Yeah. Also, I get to say something good. Wanna know something good?
Ah.
I am now at the point where I can just be like, hey, people are allowed to help me with paying rent again. If that's something that becomes an issue, I can ask for that again since I have well, my debt hasn't paid off. I have a checking account now. I have it back.
Ah.
Oh, why are you so small? Yeah. So that's the good news. I have a checking account again. Yay.
Yay.
I've had some people go through and say like, hey, I'm gonna help you pay rent, and it's been fantastic. But, well, I don't know, stuff has been stressful. Where am I? Oh, I'm over here. I'm in the game.
Right, join game.
Oh yeah, you just joined, yeah?
Spawning in.
Hi. So. Now comes one of the ultimate questions.
Oh. I have the split reactor.
Oh.
I'm going to take away the split reactor. We don't really need it. It's not a whole lot of power.
Okay.
But we get out of split back.
Just watch you disconnect it and suddenly our entire power system goes.
Do like a Pac-Man.
Okay.
Well, we don't gotta worry about power. Look at our power right now, silly.
Oh, hang on. I'm flying around.
Remember, I put up another reactor.
Oh. Yeah.
got a plutonium reactor, and I got a nuclear reactor.
But I still worry because our maximum consumption is a bit.
And who do we have
high.
to say for that one, Sally?
Yay! Yeah. I'm adjusting my camera because it's like, I don't know, I think it was angled weird. It couldn't see me correctly.
What happened? All of a sudden, the max consumption went down by a lot. Did you disable something?
Did not. Oh. I don't know what happened. I don't think I did anything.
It just happened. I mean, I don't know.
It just works. We're going to be working on objectives and like making some progress towards completing Phase 5. Phase 5, from what I understand, is the last phase of the game. So.
Yes, this should be it. I say should be it because I've never been this far. So we're in uncharted territory.
Very uncharted, very territory. Where's heavy mushroom? Where's the heavy mushroom? Aluminum case. Fine. Heavy mushroom below this floor, so let me go. Oh, damn. I could see. I'll just keep some of it. That, well, considering heavy modular frames, the fused modular frames are being split 3 ways, so that's just.
So you know what that means? Make another factory.
Make another factory for fused modular frames.
That's what I always do. That's what I always do. I always make another factory. If I'm like, okay, I'm short on this, I will literally just find another source of iron, another source of copper, another source of blah blah blah, and make a whole separate factory just for that.
And do the entire thing from the beginning.
Yes. Start out with iron, to smelter, to this, to that, to this, but specialize. See, here's the thing, is that we do have, hold on, what's our RAM? Do we have, I have 3 hard drives on. What's really good about having the hard drives is the fact that we can get alternate recipes. Alternate recipes let us do things a lot quicker, a lot faster. So we don't have to do the step by step. We can skip steps. One of them I saw was like how to make like screws. We don't need to do rods. We can do screws straight from steel, straight from iron ingots. So we don't have to put factory for screws, for this, for this, for this. We just go straight to screws.
Okay.
Oh my god, I can't do ionized steel. Ionized steel requires 100 slugs.
Yeah.
Hold on, we don't need slugs. Can we make what? If you're at the hub, what do we need to research to make time crystals?
Give me a second.
How close are we to time crystals? If we can make time crystals, we can make our own synthetic power shards.
Yay! Hang on, I'm gonna take a look at a map. Pretty sure there's one around here.
should be the hub, not the MAM.
Be the hub? Oh, the hub, not the MAM. Got it.
I need more. I need more. I need more radiation filters because I'm out of radiation filters over here. This place is highly radioactive. You got to be very careful in this area.
Time crystal. Oh, we're working on being able to get that right now. Actually, we're working on that research
perfect.
right now.
Yay! Then we can make that. Then we can make the MAM research to get power split for free.
We get the very special thing.
Alright, I'm gonna find a MAM, and I'm going to research a hard drive. All I need is one hard drive. Yeah, all I need is one hard drive for ionized fuel, and that'll finish our research for sulfur. We're not gonna be able to finish the research for the alien technology because we need Mercer spheres. We need a lot of Mercer spheres. And then we need and then power slugs. All we need is time crystals. I have 10 things on me. Hard drive. One hard drive. Okay. Scanning hard drive. Alright, we should be good on power for now. Like I said before, we have plenty of power running. So power is not a problem right now.
Yay! And now, I missed it by one. Off by 1 error! Yay!
Oh, that's what I need to do. Oh, I remember now what I need to do. Okay. I need to get to the awesome shop.
Button!
Oh, new data.
Milestone reached. The converter uses strange alien matter, abbreviated to SAM, to break down and transform materials at their most fundamental levels. I am sure even you can appreciate the power to manipulate atomic bonds. Most importantly, you are now able to locally create fixite, a highly adaptable synthetic metal, ideal for any kind of construction. It is everything we need to save the day, and perhaps its admirable qualities can inspire you.
Everything we need to save the day, trademark.
Save the day.
The next one. We need O tier.
Fix it, Trigon. Fix it, Trigon, and mix it for fix it ingot. To make fix it ingot. How do you make fix it ingot? In the converter. Converter. What converter? We have converter? We have converter. Oh my god.
It looks like it's gonna be big. I haven't even looked at it yet.
I don't have looked at it either, but it takes 50 radio control units.
Wait, it takes 50 radio controller units to make one?
To make one converter, yes. It takes 10 fused modular things, it takes some SAM, and it takes 50 turbo motors and 50 radio control units. Not a nice thing.
Cat. Frick.
You have radio control units being made.
I do, it's just...
Yes,
I'm like, I am going to get off of my high horse and just be like, okay, I will suck it and make dedicated...
No, don't suck it!
What?
Don't suck it! I couldn't help it.
Ah, I am just gonna accept my fate
Yeah,
and make more dedicated, like.
I know. I know. That's why. That's why when I got to this stage, before I got to this stage, because this is new for me. Um, I couldn't take leaving the computer on for hours at a time, days at a time, to build up resources so I could just speed through it. So I just said, you know what? I'm gonna make a whole another factory. Hey, I need coal. I need more steel. I'm gonna find another source of coal that I'm not using and pull it in. But here's what you can do, Sally. Here's what you can do.
Oh, diamonds.
You
Well,
don't have.
crystals seem relatively simple comparatively.
Yeah.
Diamonds use coal to go into diamonds, and then diamonds into time crystal, and that's not the worst.
Uh-huh.
That's actually fairly
Here's what
reasonable.
here's what you can do, Sally. We haven't discussed it yet because we haven't had a chance to go through that.
Yeah.
You can go to the factories we have right now, increase the miners to level 3. Those miner level 3s are going to triple the output or double the output from miner 2s. That way, you can actually split off the raw resources and make it from those. Instead of trying to find new sources, use the triple or the miner 3 Mark 3 and get more resources from that same node.
Wait, which thing is the thing that uses all the that uses a
Uh
50?
huh.
Which thing is it?
The converter,
The
the
converter.
production
Okay. Oh, it's oh no,
building.
that's a building. That's much more reasonable than I thought. Okay.
But yeah, you need 50 things to make one building converter to make the extra stuff.
But yeah, if it's just buildings, then if it's just what helps with buildings, then I'm just gonna store the extra ones I've made into like into whatever my brain is going to be. There's the shared inventories place. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I'm heading back to main base because I have some things I have to do at main base.
Okay.
There might be a train crash. I do not know. I am going on a train track with the train, so I don't want to fly, walk, or take the hypertube because hypertube will get me dizzy right now.
Converter. Or SAM fluctuator. For converter.
I have slam fluctuators. I have enough on me for that. So, are you making a converter right now?
Yeah.
Okay, let me stop my train. I'm gonna upload the SAM that I have on it,
Okay.
so you can do that. Where is the SAM that's on? Right there. Boop. All right, you should be getting SAM uploaded so you can get your thing, make your converter. Yeah, we need 100 time crystals to make synthetic power slugs.
Okay. Actually, hang on. I should probably build up this floor a bit more. I'm gonna build out the floor I'm on so that I have more space.
Yeah, we definitely need more space for sure.
Train and train have collided. We really, really should name those. That's a bit. That's a bit unhelpful.
Yeah, I didn't realize I was looking away from the monitor. I just held the W button down to go fast, to go forward. I didn't realize there was a train in the middle of the goddamn track. Just I had abandoned. So I hit the train head on at full speed.
That is funny. I find that very funny.
Yes.
IRL it would be a big catastrophe, but in game it's funny.
Yeah. So here's another problem we're gonna have, sadly.
Yeah?
We're gonna have power problems here too, I think.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I fully expect to have power problems here.
So here's what I plan on doing to help out a little bit. At the main base, I am going to begrudgingly, like you said, have the video just right for it. I am gonna begrudgingly set up a separate thing for a nuclear power plant over here.
Okay.
Since this base has got a lot more resources that I can use, I will definitely make a nuclear power plant sustainable, completely sustainable, for the purposes of. Oh my god! 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 Okay! No! 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 Stop! 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 Forward! 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 Forward!
What are you breaking?
Wait! No! I'm good.
Hi, good.
Never mind. But no, I thought I was gonna have a problem with trains hitting a train, but apparently I'm not hitting train against train. There's 3 trains here. Oh,
Action.
crappy! I crashed it.
Oh no!
Restarting.
Okay, here's a converter. Converter from a time crystal. So now I need to make diamond.
Ah, I see what happened.
Diamonds are made in a particle accelerator. Yeah, sure. Let me just casually make that.
I see what happened, Seven.
What happened?
My game completely crashed, and it actually kicked me out of my login for Epic.
Oh.
Then I have to re-log into Epic.
That's okay.
It happens every once in a while.
It happens every once in a while. I just. Oh, cooling system. We should have a bunch of cooling systems.
Yeah, it says generic login failure. That's what crashed my game. It wasn't the game itself. It was poop. It goes like, I don't know who you are. Bye bye. And kick me out.
Okay.
Not my fault. Makes it take too much game. Now we have to load the game for you all over again. It's not my fault. It's not my fault, game. Okay, now it broke.
It broke?
Yes, the train is going on the wrong track.
Ah!
Let me reset my train track.
Okay, now I just need to double check that Discord heard at me get hit with a fish. Well, hi, Star-Blooded Nebula. Thank you for the fish, I guess. Or was it a can? Might have been a can. Might have been a fish. I don't know. Or
And a tuna.
it was something.
Okay, I want to see the converter. I want to see what you do.
So then I also need a
Yes,
particle accelerator here.
Time crystal requires diamonds, and diamonds are made in particle accelerators. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
And of course, you run things through the floor without having a proper cannon. Gotcha.
um.
Okay, now I gotta find a suitable location far away from everything to put Sully,
Right. That's the wrong direction.
I'm realizing something.
What do you realize?
I'm realizing something. From here in the corner where I'm at, you see where I'm at, Sully?
I do not. I am resetting up a converter. Go the right direction.
Yeah. Yeah, I see you over there in the corner.
Okay, where are you?
In the corner. Towards the fish
Yeah.
elevator.
Yeah?
We can see the top of the space elevator over here. That's the bottom down there. This is too high.
Okay.
This is very high.
Yay. I like being high.
We've made a factory that's more factory than factory at this point.
That's more factory than factory. Okay.
Yes, it should not have been this way. You know what? You know what? You know what?
What's the what?
I'm thinking I might go and make a factory at the other starting area.
Alright.
Game, give me my controls. Give me my controls. Don't kill me, game. Let me. Game. I want to go down. Game. Game, let me go down.
Oh, like, could I ask that you put some of the, portable... Like, this has got to be a question and a half. Can I be to put some portable miners in the, like, the dimensional storage?
Let me find a workshop. Because I don't have any on me at the moment.
I'm gonna have a dedicated coal supply for diamonds.
Yeah, I figured. Portable miners. Making portable miners.
Yay!
So, here's what I'm going to do, Seth. I am going to go to the second starting area, because it's got good supply of, like, natural resources to begin with. Coal, not coal, maybe coal, I don't know. And set up a secondary factory base to begin with there. So we can get the materials we need for fixing.
Alright.
Alright, I'm uploading 17 portable miners in total.
Okay. Let's
Now.
see. One last thing.
Uh-huh.
Either, could you, like, upload either fused modular frame or, like, the encased beam? Encased industrial beam?
Okay. Let me see if I can make, what can I make? Okay, I can make some encased industrial beam.
The fused modular frame is a little bit more difficult.
I cannot make fused modular frames. We'd have to have something that has... Fused modular frames require a blender, because it has to have nitrogen. And I cannot make it if I don't have nitrogen.
Add a C3 encased industrial beams then, if you can.
Okay, I uploaded I uploaded more.
Thank you.
Heat exchanger or crystals? I'll do the. Let's do. It's research. Alternate fine concrete or alternate crude oil. I'll do that one. Okay, I am gonna go on a trip, son.
Alright. Be safe on your trip.
I
If you
don't
die
know
horribly,
if
make
that's
it.
possible.
If you die horribly, make it entertaining at least.
Okay, I don't know if it's gonna be either one. I'm gonna take one of our very first trains that has been diligently working tirelessly for the last God knows how long.
Alright.
It's our main oil base. Been keeping us afloat.
Okay.
And it actually is not working.
Oh. It stopped working?
Something is blocking. Oh, production pause. One of our generators was not online. It was causing blockage. It was causing blockage.
Oh, dang. Well, that sounds fun.
Yeah. Alright, I can wait for this train to come here, and I can take a train to the oil place, and because where the oil's at is actually like real close to the next starting area. But near that starting area actually has a place that has is this the train? It's gotta be the train. It's got close by uranium and stuff to make nuclear reactors for more power.
Ah.
Because we are gonna need more power. I mean, we're
Right.
producing 19,000 right now, and we already used up 5,000. So our batteries are almost full.
That is a good sign. They will not stay that way forever.
No, especially because the fact that we have
That's-
limited time. Because my nuclear reactor over there ran out of power. It's running out of materials.
Oh.
So
Yeah,
we're at about we're about an hour or two before we run out of power from that.
Oh dear.
Which is why I'm gonna go rush nuclear reactor at another base.
Okay. I'll continue doing what I'm doing. But,
You might wanna keep a little bit of an eye on production, on power. If it suddenly drops 2,000, or if you start running off of strictly battery power.
I could make a bunch more batteries.
That's not gonna help though. Batteries are not gonna keep us going. Batteries are just gonna keep us from dying instantly from no power.
Yeah, but it gives us more time. You know, more time to work with what we have.
Yeah. Well, you saw, I told you before, on my own private run, I had like 80 batteries.
Yeah. Ow! Where are you? Yeah. How dare you! march of progress. Those no bounds. I don't like saying that.
I don't know what you're even saying. I don't even know what you're even talking about, Sally.
I got attacked.
Ah. By what? By who?
By a hog.
Ah. Was it a big hog?
No, it was just a small hog, but still, now I feel sad about it. It also sounded like there could be something nearby, but I don't know. Ow! Frick! There probably is something nearby. I should do a scan for it, but only after I kill this hog. Okay, actually, let me see what's not a Mercer sphere. The power slug? Oh, there is a power slug relatively high. Then that's probably it. Okay.
Die, spitter, die! I'm shooting spitters in midair and flying around. Ow! Oh, that's a big sucker. That's a big boy. That's a big boy. They spin like crazy. Oh, I have more oil.
Yay! Oil! You struck oil!
Actually, this is going to be the very first time I use oil like this.
How are you using oil?
Well, normally you put down a refinery, or you put down a an oil thing, an oil extractor. But there is an actual pressurized node, which means I can get a lot more oil out.
Ah. I'm just like, I will fully apologize, Light, because I have been going full deep into thinking about my fanfic. And in terms of like U Corp of Limbus Company, oil means something completely different.
Okay.
Yay. That's what I'll say about that.
Okay. No cause of concern then. I'm not freaking out or anything like that.
Yay! Just don't take too long to dip into the oil.
Okay. Okay.
It does things. Do things to you.
Usually it does. If the penguins or anything to go by, then yes.
If the what?
Penguins. You know, that's the biggest thing. Penguins get covered by oil all the time, and Sally, have you not explored in this area where I'm going right now? You see where I'm on the map? Because the map's not explored over here at all.
Oh, yeah, I haven't gone over there at all.
There's a bunch of sloops and spears and things over here. could have sworn you've been over
Ah,
here. We can get
I
more
mean-
sloops. We can get more everything.
the abundance of sloops is kind of a big sign I haven't been there.
Well, I don't know if there's sloops over here, but I'm about to go find out. There's slugs, so you can't have been over here. There's mushroom spears, so I'm gonna assume you have not.
Yes, it is remarkably, like, still has its resources.
Well, I won't say resources, more like the special resources, because sloops and spears are not, standard things you can just continue to just mine. Okay, I am going to. Okay, I'm going to run power over here so I can start my own power production. Because I'm gonna need power. At least for initial setup.
Yeah.
It might not help any, but I might go ahead and do a bunch of fuel plants
Okay.
to help with the running power we're gonna have with no power.
I have everything necessary for the time crystal setup.
Uh-huh.
I haven't started it yet, but it's all set up in there.
I see. Power tower. I love saying power.
That's... What else can I set up ready to go? We need the fix-it material. Fix-it ingot. Requires reanimated Sam. Which requires...
I could have sworn I
Sam.
could have sworn I had a reanimated Sam. I do. Sadly, over there by the coal plant, the initial coal plant that we have, reanimated Sam is being made over there, or at least something being made over there.
Alright. Although I could just, like, do the thing and just, like, line up Sam. I took off my hover pack, and I'm just like, oh yeah. Oh yeah, I have my parachute. Oh, it's a train. It's a train. Oh, frick. Wait, no, the trains have collision now.
Yes, the trains will collide each other.
No, they collide with me now.
Oh, is that what they fixed then?
I think it might have been. That might have been something they updated. Frick! I can't just jump through the train. Heck! What? No,
Did you get bought by the train?
only a little bit. I was only slightly run over.
Did you take damage? That's what I want to know for sure. Did you take any damage?
No, I didn't.
Okay, good. It won't kill you then. Okay, good. I was worried that you hit by the train and you just like die.
Ah, frick, you're all the way up there. Why are you all the way up there?
Stop shooting at me, damn you! Alright, kill the spin. Oh. Alright, pick up all the stuff in here. Bunch of isolators, bunch of motors. Hard drive, I need... Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Oh, power suck. I'm putting that right into the... Okay, so, let's see. Any dispatch notes don't seem to mention anything about train or collisions. Ah. But then how the heck did the train run into me? It shouldn't be able to do that.
I think it always used to go through this, we just never had it happen to us.
But I used to just be able to run right through the train. My loss of ability to, like, just walk off being run over by a train, like, saddens me.
Okay, I'm fine now. I'm fine. I was scared for a second there. I'm fine.
What's happening?
I was getting hit by the flying bees, and I almost died. I had like no health left.
Oh.
So I was just a little bit worried.
And it had this entry. Refactored spline collision. This affects conveyor belts, pipelines, and hyperjets that should lead to RAM usage improvements in pig saves. That could be it. That could be it.
If it's collisions, then yes. That was definitely a collision. Alright, I picked up all this stuff here. Could have sworn there was another crash site. No, not a crash site. Okay, that's spitters, then hogs. There's a crash site down there. Going down.
Vision before was trying to happen, but not working due to it being slow. Possibly, yeah. That does sound right.
There's a distinct possibility of being true.
The possibility of that being correct is more than zero. Okay, so now,
Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff here. Namely, sloops and fours, or sloops and sloops, spears. I mean, there's all kinds of. The whole forest we haven't even explored yet.
awesome.
I know how you like exploring stuff.
Yeah.
Papa slide.
Purple's little.
I don't have enough. I can't. I know you would love it though. I know you'd love scanning and being like, I'm gonna go find stuff.
Possibly, yeah.
So you can see where I'm at, way over here. This is a starting area where I am at right now.
Oh, that's a starting area. Okay.
So you have one starting area there. The desert where I am over there is another starting area, and I think the North Forest is over here somewhere. Starting area. Or it might be. It might actually be over here. The forest area might actually be there. I just think where starting area number 2 is.
So I do have a quick question.
Yeah.
How much should I be worried about / working on the imminent power crisis?
Right now, I don't see we have an issue. We will have issues, but let me see where the nearest coal with the hell is it? Where's it? Let me see. We have full battery, so we should have plenty of time to work. Our consumption is at half our production, so until we lose our reactors, we're fine. I would not add an excessive amount of stuff, but we're fine right now.
You're fine for now.
All right, I'm gonna do foundation architecture. I'm gonna put a big pillar, and I'm going to put I was trying to wonder what the hell I'm doing over here. You know, that happens quite a bit to me now. Like, what am I doing? Why am I over here? What's going on? Who am I? Who are you?
I am your girlfriend.
Yaha.
Yeah. I'm also clown.
All right.
This is important.
Yes.
Oh, also, I probably should mention this on stream. So, like, people are probably well aware that I've been playing Clover Pit on my own way too much. I stopped playing it because I 100% completed it.
Yes. Sally has gone to AA and is now done with gambling.
AA is Alcoholics Anonymous.
Technically, yes, but it's for anything. It's anything.
Okay, I didn't know it was
They've
for
evolved.
anything.
They evolve. Most people don't know because I don't think there's a GA. I mean,
Not stopping for the best reason, but for I feel myself being judged here. I played a game, I liked the game, and then like I finished the game.
And you played the heck out of the game to actually get 100% completed on it.
Yeah, that's because I liked it. I have a problem.
Well, I guess the problem would be is if you kept playing after you finished it all. Then you'd have a problem. Yeah, I 100% the game, but I reset the whole game so it's 0 and do it all over again. Why?
That would be a problem, yeah. Good thing that's not a problem I have.
That would just be silly.
I'm silly.
That's what I'm saying. Okay. So, what was I planning on doing over here? What was my plan? What was the goal over here?
Nuclear power?
Okay, yeah. Oh, no. Oh. So I got a problem.
Yeah.
For nuclear power, I'm gonna need a lot of resources, extra resources that I don't have over here. Namely, fuel. I planned on putting drones, right,
Right.
to bring in the materials. Um, Drones require some kind of fuel source. I don't have fuel source.
Oh. Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm looking around at the iron nearby, and it's like we've used up all the iron.
Sally, upgrade the iron to level 3 and you can have more iron.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
That's what I said. We're using it all up, but we have level 3 iron. Level
We
3
just need to
even more.
also upgrade the conveyor belts.
Yes, and if we have level 5 or 6 conveyor belts now, we can really. And all you gotta do is put it to a splitter, and the splitter will automatically separate down the speeds.
Just where the fused modular frame. How many fused modular frames we have?
Oh man, I'm missing material. Okay. Okay, I am going back to base. I overestimated what the heck I was doing. And I don't have enough of anything to do anything.
Oh.
I need rubber, I need alclad sheets, I need this, I need power, I need coal, I need sulfur. I'm like, for me, that's basically just starting over a whole new run almost, a whole new season.
I see.
To actually get everything I need to make everything that I need. So I am just going to upgrade to increase efficiency at the main. We do have coal and stuff. Anyway, I'm going to go to main base and I'm going to upgrade our reactor, our coal plant, and I think I can do it and make like rocket fuel generator.
Okay.
Which will give us more power. I don't know if it's gonna be more power, but if it's gonna be at least more capacity because I'm going to upgrade it. The upgraded power sources, namely in rocket fuel generators, will use up less fuel, so I can put more plants.
Something.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure there's a method there? Are you sure? Because I question that every day.
You question that all the time with me.
Is there a method behind the madness, or is it just straight madness? Oh, and I thought I had a repair. All right.
My lawyers say I don't have to answer that question
Without them being present.
without them being
I don't
present.
know. Okay, we don't need to sloop this. This is going to be sloop. This don't need to be sloop either. We have way too much of this here. And that should drop our power consumption considerably. I still have 3 iron nodes that we're not using at all. So
Yeah.
yeah, down here.
Oh, it's actually right near where we are, and I just
Yeah. Literally 3 conveyor belts with iron just sitting here that we have not used.
Yay.
Okay, that's kind of scary, actually. It took my entire rocket fuel to get up here. What the heck is this?
What is what? What did I do this time?
All right, so for some odd reason, this looks weird to me, but it's because of something that happened. Want to come check this out? I'm flabbergasted.
Wait a second, I'm grabbing iron.
And something you had to have done recently.
Oh, I guess I should check it out now.
Because it looked to me like, what the heck is this? Very top floor.
Let's see. Like this? Okay, so I got lazy about carrying rubber.
I'm like going, there's a pile up here. Wait a minute. That's not possible on a conveyor belt. Wait, what the heck am I looking at?
I got lazy of carrying rubber, so I just dropped it on the conveyor belt, and it's like I said, okay.
You could have put it into the shared storage, Dudley.
I'm like, maybe I tried. I don't remember.
I just saw like, why is there a traffic jam on the conveyor belt? There shouldn't be a traffic jam. Is it a visual glitch? Am I going crazy? Did the game break? And it's like, wait, it says 200. Sally, why'd you drop this here? Oh. So what are you doing here?
I'm expanding the top floor.
No, you have Sam, but you never had to start this. You brought Sam in from God knows where, didn't you?
Yep.
What the heck?
Fine, it's fine.
I told you I had a whole place built for Sam.
It's fine, I think.
Okay, fix it. Oh, look at that. You can make the ingot out of iron, or out of deuterium, or out of aluminum.
I brought iron, so, you know.
You need a lot of iron. You need 20 ingots of iron to make it.
Okay.
Raw resource conversion. Wait, what? You can make iron from limestone? What the heck?
That sounds fun.
You can even make uranium and you can make nitrogen gas with cherry? What the heck? Okay, this is pretty interesting. I did not know you could do all this. You can make coal from iron. So basically, for the new base, all I would need would just be Sam. And I can use iron to make everything, but that's requiring another 50 freaking crystals. Now, you've made a lot of batteries, but they're not actually being made to batteries. I am going to. Where we get? Where we
Batteries
at?
aren't working.
Batteries are full.
Oh, the batteries are full.
And I'm about to make it not full. And then I'm about to make it free storage. Organization, logistics. I want dimensional storage. On top of here, I need Sam.
Not constructors that do it.
What thing are you looking for?
I was thinking of smelters and I made constructors.
You sure it's a constructor and not a smelter? Or a foundry?
But I need the iron stuff, so it is smelters.
We now have a permanent supply of batteries being uploaded. Your setup you have here, batteries will be uploaded automatically into power. Or into storage.
Animated. My next step would have to right. Ironing plus reanimated sound would equal fix it hit, and that is made converter. Magnetic converters are where this begins to get pretty darn expensive. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I am missing sand fluctuators. Do you have any that I could use?
Not on me. I mean, we can make it easy enough. I mean,
Okay.
just go to a site and build it. Over here, I built a little bench right here.
Oh, this is easy to make right here. Okay.
I believe I've set it up, everything to be able to make it automatic. Just go to the sand fluctuator and hit the button and let it.
Well, I mean, the good news is that you can make a bunch. I don't think I can make enough. Oh yeah, I'm like one off or something. I'm going to be one off, but
It builds up because I have them automatically go to dimensional storage, so you can just wait for it to build up because it should be built.
okay. Yeah.
So where's the pressurized cubes coming from? Or you have pressurized cubes coming from somewhere?
Oh yeah. That's coming from the.
I found it.
Okay. I was trying to think about compass directions and all that stuff. It would be from the east side of the top floor.
Yeah, we need a radio control unit to make more cubes,
Yeah.
which I think you are making, but it's slow making from down
It is
here.
very slow, but it is working. I should, like, increase the amount that's going in, but, you know, I haven't. And
What you need is, I just fixed the problem with it, but we need more computers.
oh yeah, we do need
Computers
more.
is what's holding us up. Computers is what's holding us up on the pressurized, on that.
Yeah.
We have casing coming in like crazy now. We have oscillators coming in. It's the computers that are holding us back.
Okay.
Alright, supercomputers are stopped. Every modular frame. Computers? Where are computers?
Computers are on the next floor down.
Okay, what's holding that up is plastic. I'm gonna take all the computers that are here and go put them in the box up there. Get that thing done faster.
This. Fix it.
And I put sloops in that one that's doing the radio control units. Make more radio control units.
And then, what's the step after the fix-it ingot? Is that fix-it trigon? Is just a constructor. That's just a constructor. Okay. And the fix-it ingot is only for the trigon, right? That's the only reason to have the ingot.
Kinda.
Oh dear. I'm just like, it's fine. It's fine.
You asking?
It's fine.
You asking why we need the trigons, or you asking why we need ingots?
I'm asking why we need the ingots.
That's gonna be for trigons and for all our advanced technologies.
Oh wait, so we're gonna need it for other things too, not just trigons?
I believe so. I don't know. I've done it. I've never been this far. I am completely in the dark now. You will know more than I do. I'm gonna go check the pub and see what the pub says. Alright. Milestone. Quantum encoder. I like that. Dark crystal matter. I think everything's gonna need. I think everything's gonna need trigons. I think that's like saying a copper ingot, copper ore type thing. So yay, we're slowly building up nuclear pods. We need 1,000 nuclear pods.
Yep.
Wow, that's scary. I think you're building a little too much. Are you using slugs or not? I don't think we should be using slugs right now.
I put a bunch of slugs on like a coal production.
Okay. I'm just saying because I looked at the power, and our power's
Yeah, I haven't connected anything yet.
I don't understand. So something is very strange because we're running about 9,000 power and then we drop to 5,000. Up to 9,000 power, down to 9,000. Like something keeps going up and down.
Yeah, something does. Actually, you know what that might be?
Huh.
Particle accelerator.
Maybe, but the torque accelerator is a slope. It goes up and then down. Are you putting slugs next? That should not be draining that far. Alright, I'm taking the slugs off of it, that way it doesn't overload the power. We should try not to use slugs on anything and just have it run as speed goes. And then if we're gonna use anything, use loops to increase output, but not to make it go faster. You know what I mean? Hello? Hello?
Ah!
Okay, that is sound good.
I need cords.
Okay.
Because the cord is... Okay, it's either the cord is being wonky or it's the actual, like, mixer I have. And if it's a mixer, I'm just... frick. I have an extra cord and I'm afraid to test it. Because if I test it and it turns out that, like, it's still disconnecting and having issues, then that means that it's the freaking mixer that I have to replace. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. That's... dang it. Anyways, Light.
Yes.
I'm gonna connect everything and see how much the power goes up.
Okay. I took the power off the I took the thing off the accelerator, so we shouldn't be running out of power of the accelerator.
Okay. But is this accelerator still going?
Yes, occasionally.
Okay.
As long as you get pressurized radio control units gets looked over there, it will go.
Oh wow, that's...
Well.
It's kind of sad, the particle accelerator with the coal, because the coal can't enter fast enough for it to keep going consistently, so it's just going... The coal can't enter fast enough.
Why not?
Oh, because I'm using a level 3 line.
Well, then up to level 5. Level 6.
I don't think we have the materials for that. Not at the moment, though.
It uses 600 coal a minute. What the heck? Let's see, what's the Oh, that's just you just need you just need alkylate sheets.
Oh, I see you upgraded a bunch of it.
The end of it anyway.
Yeah, you're upgrading some of it.
I need to make more aluminum. More aluminium.
So why put sloops and stuff on all the things when what it could do is I could just
You know what? I have an
add
idea.
more smelters until the problem goes away.
I have an idea, Sam.
What's the idea?
It's gonna take a little bit of doing, but
Okay.
for our power consumption problem, I think at this point, kind of, we should essentially just go in and take all the sloops out, put sloops in like the in level stuff, and build the sloop power generators. But here's the thing too. Hold on. Can we make the singularity filter? That's the next thing. Yeah, we can't make that. Because once we get the singularity zones, whatever the MAM thing is for alien technology that helps us get the alien power matrix, we probably get a lot more. Then we ain't gotta worry about power. So I'm wondering.
This is getting a bit silly to look at.
Is it?
No, what I'm doing is getting a bit silly to look at.
Huh. I'm scared to even ask it.
It is at least running somewhat consistently. I have 5 smelters.
Did you upgrade the thing for coal? For the diamonds, or is something else you
Oh, no, I haven't been working on the diamond thing. That's just been going on its own. They do have time crystals now, though.
Okay, I'll get the man research stuff here quickly. Because I just got cheeks in the speed upgrader.
We also have Fixit Trigons, so that's good.
That's good.
Yeah. Fixite Trigons. Yeah. sorry. I'm just like, I am taking a step back and thinking about where we started and all that stuff, and just realizing that now we're just casually throwing around like, oh yeah, we just got fixed site trigons and we're making time crystals and all that stuff, and I'm looking at across like just 5 smelters in a row that all feed into the same converter, and I'm just like, that, I just, the enormity of it just kind of hit me, you know?
We're doing something where that earlier would have been near impossible,
Yeah.
or at least taking a very, very long time.
It would have taken a very, 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 very long time. And then here we are, we're just doing it.
Don't forget though.
Don't forget what?
Open when you're doing something. What are you doing with smelters?
What am I, what?
What are you doing with smelters that you're making?
Oh, that's iron to go into, well, that's iron to help make the fixite ingots.
Okay, because there's multiple different ones you can use besides iron to do that. That's what I was wondering. It's like you can use something different besides iron or fix it, or if you're trying to do something else with that, like we can make alternate recipes, and if you're gonna make something different, we can use something different. That's the standard recipe.
Yeah, but I think this works. Plenty of coolings. I'm looking at one of the next things we need to make, which is the turbo motors, and I'm like, oh dear.
We got turbo motors. We got a bunch of big.
I know, but we need 200.
I think there's a bunch of it that already in the market.
I can do this. I can do this a little better.
Ow.
Doing okay?
Yes. I had a mini cramp in my leg. I'm like, oh, that hurt. Oh, that hurt. And then I'm fine.
Yay for being fine. Not for being hurt.
Yes, yes.
Or she can. that going. I can put radio tunings in there when I need more and like not producing fast enough. So how many time crystals do you need?
We needed 100, I think, for the thing, but I think we can skip that for right now. I wouldn't, try to go full on finishing the man stuff because there's other things we can probably use it for. I know there's other research. I just don't know what the other research was that used time crystals. Might have been the power idiot thing.
I'm gonna work on finishing a milestone.
Yes, that's always first. Do that stuff. Before we do anything with the man stuff, do that.
We have turbo motors on conventional storage. That's we can get 50. That's not nearly enough.
I made some up. Not, never quite have enough.
Yeah. Our computer should be right down. Oh, that's the freedom join. Not enough of those yet, but you paused production of the supercomputers.
That was causing problems down the line with the pasta, nuclear pasta, because it uses computers for both of them.
Yeah.
And supercomputers weren't doing anything yet.
I will go through and try to make an entirely separate line for like for computers.
We're having a problem with the plastic. That was the problem with the computers in the first place. We were making enough plastic for the ones that you have making computers.
I see.
We have production problems. We have. I don't want to say we even have efficiency. We just have route production problems. We don't have enough of anything being made anywhere. So if you want to do an all computers, you can do that if you have enough things. Otherwise, I don't know what to do. Because plastic is a big thing.
How do you make plastic then?
Refinery.
Okay,
You
with
have
oil?
oil. Yes.
Okay.
You might go down to where the train is on the second floor and see if there's any extra plastic you can pull off of that. I think you already pulled all the plastic that was there, so I don't know if that's gonna work. I think you already took all the plastic that was down there.
I have an idea, and the idea is gonna be potentially good, potentially bad.
Sally, is there any possible way you can upload 3 supercomputers?
You need 3 supercomputers?
Yes.
I just
upgrading
dumped.
the
I dumped all the remaining supercomputers into the milestone. Sorry.
All right, let me see. I might be able to just make my own supercomputers.
Okay, I do have a question. How do you hook up a power tower to like a power grid?
Okay, so you need to go from power tower to grid or grid to power tower?
Grid to power tower.
Underneath the tower, there's a small little node, regular power poles. So from that, how you get power up and out. And then the top of the power tower, you use that to get the exchange on the power towers. So I need 3 more high-speed connectors. I'm upgrading the coal that's over here that is going into the diamonds to Mark III tower. Now that's producing 240. All right. I put full slugs in the miner. It is now producing 600 coal. And the particle accelerator requires 600 a minute. So now that is going to run full speed, full time. Yay, way to go. I still can't believe you ran all the way that far. So. You know what I did to bring stuff over here? I ran train to go over here and used train to bring it. Not conveyor belt. I used a conveyor belt to everything, and then I found out that, you know what, I'm losing time. I'm losing resources because I have to go resources all the time to get that far over there. With train, it's a little bit different. With train, it's just time. All right, I want to see this. Holy heck!
What's the holy heck?
Holy heck! I almost died.
Oh, that is a holy heck.
I'm going up the hill, up to the top floor. The problem going up to the top floor is the fact that the power doesn't quite reach all the way. So I almost just fell out of the sky.
Oh.
I almost just fell out of the sky because my hover pack ran out of power. All right, this thing is now full speed. So we have full speed crystals.
Yay!
So we have full speed crystals. Okay, how long is this? What is this making? 30 a minute, and the converter requires 12 a minute. So yeah, we're making a lot more.
Yeah.
We are making time crystals like there's no time. Get it? You get it? You get it?
Vaguely. Like there's no tomorrow because it's time crystals.
Yeah. $240 a minute, and you're making 30, 30, 30, 30, 30. That's not enough, is it? I can't do math, Stanley. Help me.
I didn't hear the question.
You have 5 smelters going, right?
Okay.
Okay. And they're doing 30 a piece. How much is that?
150.
Not enough. Okay. Now, same question. How much is 45 by 5 times?
35 by 5 times?
45.
45 by 5 times. That would be 225.
90, 90, 80. Okay. So I'm still short a little bit. Okay.
Okay. I don't know how to mine crude oil.
You have to use oil extractor.
Oh, it's just called oil extractor? Ah, frick, I'm being attacked.
Yeah, it's underneath the pressurized. Where are you at?
I am.
Oh, you're over there.
I'm far away.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be good. So that's 30. $2.40 a minute.
Stick! Never underestimate the power of my wacky stick! Ah! I will use his whack. I will use the gun. I'll use the gun against the freaking... Why are there so many things? Ah! I don't like the way this one's jiggling like it's still alive. Nope, I picked up its remains, so I know it's dead, but still. Okay, so oil extractor.
Yes, that'll just pull it out of the node that's on the ground, unless you have a geyser type oil.
Okay. Considering the distance I went, I might consider like train tracks back, but
Yeah, like I said, so much distance away.
you just put it in a refinery?
What do you mean?
The oil into a refinery.
Yes, oil goes into refinery. Refinery, depending on how you set up, you can set it to come out rubber, plastic, and oil, or rubber, plastic, and fuel. Rubber and plastic produce residual oil or heavy oil, which you have to, bleed off of that.
Wait, so frick, so I could make plastic, and that's gonna have residue, which I could make into. That's gonna make like.
Fuel.
Oh, that's gonna make fuel.
Heavy oil residue makes fuel. Because you can put another refinery after that.
Can I?
Can you what?
I don't know. Wait, I could use the fuel byproduct to make more plastic.
Yes, you're going to require something to make it besides that. Let's see, it's the O button, parts. Let me go to fuel, to plastic. Plastic makes residue, or residue plastic requires the polyresin and water to make more plastic.
I'm gonna figure this out.
All right, go ahead and figure it out. It's complicated. That's why you've seen my base down there where the oil was at that I have.
Yeah.
So you see how crazy it is.
I see. I am missing encased industrial beams. Frick. Ignition. Could you add encased industrial beam to the stuff?
Yes, let me make some. I need to make some. So I currently do not have any on me, but I am now making some. How many do you need?
I need 5. For now.
I make 20. There you go.
Yay!
I made a miscalculation, sir. Or you made a calculation, or we have a problem.
Houston, you have a problem. What is it?
Well, I'm trying to increase the speed production of iron,
Okay.
but at this point, iron is not going to cooperate.
Oh.
What the heck, Sonny?
What does it mean that iron's not willing to cooperate?
Well, you have put a miner level 3. Okay, why aren't you doing anything? You're not doing anything. I have increased the smelters to the capacity to make the thing go full speed, right?
Right.
Well, apparently, the input is not there.
What?
I don't have enough iron coming in.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, I see. I see.
So now I have to make even more conveyor belts. Come on, I need to make more ingots and stuff to make the belts go faster, so I can get faster smelting to get faster fixing.
Ah.
Which is not too bad because I have, I have enough.
Okay.
Or I'm making enough. So that. I'm trying my dangest.
Trying to dingus to make it work.
Yes. So I am increasing as much as possible the conveyor belt speed. I'm actually combining iron cores. You put the miners on impure nodes, which is very, very little slow on.
Okay.
So it makes it as good as a pure node only.
Ah, okay.
So now, with that being said, I am definitely into the problem of we need more. We need more. We need lots more.
We need more. By the way, I've been curious about this. Was there ever added like a way to automatically flush like the pipes, or is that still an issue?
That
You know?
is an issue still. That's not something that they have made.
We might need to flush the aluminum pipes then.
What you do for the aluminum pipes is essentially you bleed off into lots of storage tanks, so that you can go slower with that.
So
And
that
less
it
time you
doesn't,
have to lift it.
so it doesn't fill up as fast.
Yeah. And or find something that uses that material and flush it out. Example: the batteries.
Yeah.
You're making batteries with it. I increased the supply of everything, so where it would Where's the water going? Yeah, make it to where the water, make it to where the liquid does not ever back up, or make it to where it's going to take a very, very long time.
Very long time to back up.
Okay, I'm gonna stop doing what I'm doing on this because this is kind of a moot point for it just to be doing this. But we have plenty of fix-it metal now.
Alright.
We have like too much of it. I mean, honestly.
You have too much fix-it metal now?
Yes, I increased the production on it so high now. It's like I don't need you doing that no more. That's just gonna waste resources a little bit.
So you increased your production. It wasn't me.
Yes, but we lost a reactor.
Oh, you lost frick. That's not good.
I'm gonna go see. I'm gonna go see about fixing that.
You're gonna go fix it?
Quack, quack, quack.
Wah, wah.
But yes, I am going to go look at it and diagnose the problem. But we know what the problem is, so that's just gonna be it.
Oh. Can you add rotors to the dimensional storage?
I am currently in train.
Okay. I'll wait then.
Can you make a? You can make a crafting bench. I have the materials to make rotors being automatically put into the dimensional storage, so you can just build a crafting bench and make some rotors.
Okay.
Because I am definitely out of position. I'm in a train and I cannot get out. I can, but I can't build anything. There's no room to build stuff.
Okay.
Because I think power kind of takes precedence at the moment because we're about to run out of power. And if we run out of power, I mean, gonna be in trouble.
Get ready. Hey, Light.
Uh-huh. Uh-oh.
This might be the last headphone check in a while because we are now out of points. Are you ready?
No. Let's go ahead.
There we go.
I might just fall off the train for the train might derail on its own.
I put some extra work into that because, like, I noticed that we are now out of the points necessary. So, like, that is the last little bit we have for a while.
Is it only points or is it also channel points?
It's only the imagination points for that one. So.
Okay. I was like, because I have lots of, but yeah.
The way you build that up is that there are redeems, observe, and imagine that can help hold that up. There are also you can also build that up by going through and donating money, putting in bits, subscribing, that kind of thing. All of those should be hooked up to be able to like. Yeah, they're hooked up. I believe they're hooked up.
Cheered. X69.
Good job. And yes, the boobs are still active. The boobs are still there. I just see a boo with boobs popped out. I'm like, yep, that's still the thing.
Oh no, stop.
Stop with the what?
Train almost hit each other.
The trains
almost
almost
landed on
hit each
train.
other. Oh no.
Yeah, it stopped. Stop. Good. Radiation level is so high. Stop going up! Damn it! Go down!
There, go into there, and then we have like a fairly large buffer.
Okay, so ferric acid needs to go.
Oh,
Alright, so that's making that. That's making that. Okay, plutonium, I need more concrete for that.
yes, there we go. Heavy oil residue in 3 stacked industrial fluid tanks.
It's plutonium, so okay.
And heavy oil residue can make fuel, which can be yeah. And the residual from making fuel could go into like making more plastic.
You have to have water, I believe. Yes.
Oh well, I don't think water is going to be an issue where I'm at.
Okay.
They're back to 4 digits. Yay! We're back to 4 digits. Okay. Time for the more fun part of this excursion. One 1001 is 9 in binary, and hex is 0x39. Not sure that's enough to be worth adding to your nice number program. Yeah. But hey! Look, chat, you have 9 points.
Uh-oh.
What's the uh-oh about?
Only 9 points. I only have 9.
Correction. Oh, right, yeah. In case stuff. I can't do anything about that. I can't make encased steel where I'm at.
Again, well, no, maybe not. There should be enough in the dimensional storage. You can make some with the thing with the crafting bench.
Yeah.
I have enough basic materials going into dimensional storage to make more advanced things. So we don't have to be like, hey, can I get this? You should be able to make some just from the.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. 9 redeems later, we have 10 in binary. Yay! I'm beginning to think that maybe I should just do, like, purely computer manufacturing over here.
Uh-huh.
Like, just, like, all the stuff for computers around where I'm at, and then, like, you know, just kind of work from there.
Yeah.
But it is functioning like I'm starting over from scratch. At least for a little bit.
Yeah, that's what happens. You start making things like that, like start upgrading and making more production. It's like, heck, I have to go back and start from the beginning. I have to make raw iron again. I haven't done raw iron in God knows how long.
I mean, at the very least, the wait. No, the polymer resin can be made to use residual plastic. But I'm not making fuel from oil. I'm making residual fuel. Now,
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. Granted, I'm basically starting from scratch. And, I should stop relying on our base power because the amount is, we're...
I am correcting that.
You're correcting that?
I have restarted a process here for plutonium for rods. So we should have the rods here. It should kick our production, our power up again. Why are you stopping? What?
Okay. The computer requires plastic, cable, and circuit board. I'll work on the circuit board in a little bit. But I have the plastic part down.
Uh-huh.
So then... There's copper nearby.
Oh my goodness, that's the problem.
What's the problem?
I thought I was doing it all. Oh, man. Well, that makes sense.
Yeah?
I thought I had it connected, and it wasn't connected. Silly me. Well, at least now I'm making more fuel rods, uranium fuel rods.
Oh, look, a solar sloop! I was like, why are there suddenly a lot of enemies around? And like, I look over, there's a solar sloop right there.
Yeah, that's.
That would explain it.
So we're gonna get some more power here shortly. We are running on battery power. We're not heavily on that.
Yeah.
Let me check to see how much oil I'm actually making here. I might kick in and make even. Oh, oh heck. Well, that explains a lot.
That explains. What do you mean by that explains a lot?
Um. Well, over here where my other base is,
Yeah.
um, everything's shut down.
Oh. That's not the best.
Yeah, my oil refinery over here is not working.
That's not good at all.
Everything is full essentially, so nothing is able to run because everything is like, well, like I said, full. So that explains why nothing was working today.
Yeah.
Probably shouldn't have done that. Probably shouldn't have done that.
Probably.
About to kill my fuel production here. I emptied out the wrong bladder,
Ah.
aka fuel bucket. All right, we have power again. Nuclear reactor has
Yay!
got plutonium in it, and it is now we're at 9,000, and batteries are now soon to be fully charged.
Yay!
Oh, you need silica.
I need what?
No, I'm looking over here. Why I'm not making any more of the thingy over here is because I need more silica.
Ah.
I'm not making any more plutonium pellets. Okay. I need a lot more encased steel beams. I need encased steel beams. All right.
Basically making an entirely new base just for the sake of like making computers.
That's what I've done before.
But I like this one.
almost-
It's kind of cool. It's a kind of cool base.
Yeah, that's almost what we have to do. You know, I mean, that's just, you know, we just have to do it.
Oh dang. I'm just like, why can't I build here? And it's like, oh, it's because I'm missing materials.
All right, we are peaking again on power. Something must be the converters and stuff that are causing the issues. I'm heading back to base. Heading back to main base.
Yep. I have my auxiliary base, so, you know, it's fine.
Yeah, you have your base, I have my base.
We have main base together.
Yes. And I'm gonna make a third base, a secondary base. But, you know, I was over there, I'm like, I can't quite make it yet because of the resource problem I was having. And I didn't create it, I didn't fix it.
Oh right, I should upload the summer soup I found.
I wonder if the slugs respawn because I'm seeing more slugs. And I could have
Yeah.
sworn I already had picked up the ones that I've seen.
They possibly could. That'd be
I
pretty
don't
cool,
think
you
they
know.
do. Yeah, I don't think they do respawn. I think there's enough of them in the game that they won't respawn. And the fact that we don't need them to respawn, we have the time crafting, we can make our own power shards without the slugs.
Ah, yeah.
So I don't know if they respawn. I know. Oh my god, I see you down this. Sally, where you have the
Yeah?
power tower? That's a geyser. You put a power geyser there.
It's okay. There's like other oil I'm picking up.
It's not oil. It's a geyser for power. A thermal geyser.
Oh, it's a thermal geyser for power?
Yes,
Oh.
it should say geyser, and it should have a quality on there. And it's basically does exactly what the particle accelerator does, and it gains power and loses power. It's got a certain cycle.
Well, it says pure.
There should be a little pure geyser. Yes,
Yeah.
that's a lot of power,
Okay.
or at least the most powerful one you can get, because there's pure, impure, and then there's normal.
So is it
Geyser.
geothermal? Oh, geothermal.
Yes.
We need so many high-speed connectors.
All right, I can make them. How many you need?
I need 23.
23. Gotcha. I'm working on it right now. High-speed connectors. Da-da-da-da-da-da. High-speed connectors. I can make 35. I'm making
Yay.
enough for you.
Yay!
All right. Just 23 or need more 23?
Just 23.
Okay. I'm uploading 24 just in case. And I am going to scan another hard drive.
That means this object clip must be placed on a resource node. Yep, I know. Yes!
So now we have more power.
Frick yeah. And I just increased our energy production!
Yay! It's not much, but it is something.
My venture has not done only take, has had to be words. Obligatory AO. Also, the card swipes at the booba. Okay, okay. Card swipe booba. Frick. I got in.
Yeah.
I got invested in what I'm doing, and then I didn't pay attention to the chat for a little bit, and look over, and there's a card swipe booba, and I'm like, I kind of want an animated people like that myself, eventually. It'd be so awesome.
I'll start working on it. I can do the same one we already have. No, we already have.
But
and
look at the
just
booba. But it's
modify.
booba!
Make it a little different.
It's booba! How dare you? How dare you? This is not okay. It's booba. I want to.
think we lost the plot.
We lost what
We're
plot?
supposed to be working on. We're supposed to be working on the milestones, and we just like went private.
Well, I'm working on getting the supercomputers all done because like you pause production on supercomputers. So I'm like, you know what? Okay. That's
Game. Trying to check on the power tower, power point is resonating. Okay, our production power is fluctuating because you have the fluctuator. But we're up to 10K on power, and we're using about 9.5K. So we're keeping up above. We're keeping above our usage.
circuit board. Circuit board needs 4 plastic, but also copper sheets.
I'm gonna go check on the over here, the pasta maker.
Ah, the pasta maker.
Okay, it is going at full speed. It looks like.
Yay!
Pressurized cubes seem to be.
Nuclear pasta. Nuclear pasta. Nuclear pasta. Nuclear pasta.
Alright, pressurized cubes seem to be running at 80%, 82% good, so I'm going to put a sloop in it.
Okay.
It's probably gonna throw the power off a little bit more, but it'll keep the accelerator from stopping. Radio control unit. It stopped. Okay. Could have sworn I fixed that problem already. Okay, that should fix that. Okay.
I remember. Computer needs 2 separate sources of plastic. So
The connector and the plastic itself.
yeah. So I'm gonna draw from 2 separate sources of plastic. Yay! Well, 2 separate sources of oil. I'll leave this data one for now. Yep. Also, hacking. I see. Oh my gosh. What is all of that? Hang on. Darklings gave a lot of emotes. You've got Headbang. Ooh, I like that. You've got Albaila. You've got Hungry Meetup. I keep on forgetting what the name of that game is. It's just, I keep forgetting. We have Dance. We have Tail. Obviously a tail. Angry. Lick. Ooh, Legs. Sus. PP hands. What the heck? Okay. Wait. That's Uma Musume pretty no, not that one. Not the horse one. The one with the Mita. I guess what I've thought about wanting to play, it's just I haven't played it. It's just I forget its names. So I'm like, that would absolutely put a damper in playing it.
Oh, I see what's the problem.
My side.
There you go, that's
yes. Okay. Okay, that sounds right. That sounds right. What did you fix, Light?
One of our fuel generator locations, the power kept going on and off, on and off.
Oh.
And it's basically because there was slugs in them.
Oh.
And the production's not able to keep up with the slugs. Or keep up with the fuel.
Okay.
So I removed the slugs, but it's not drawing more fuel than what's being made.
Awesome.
So it's no longer stopping and starting, because when it stops, it's a bigger drop when it stops than if it was just running slow.
Time to save everything. It saves automatically.
Alright, it's getting another hard drive. Okay, I think we're done. I think I'm done with upgrading and stuff right now, because we are basically at our capacity limit.
Yeah.
So the only thing I can do right now is, if I have the materials, I think I have the materials. I'm going to go and basically give me a second. Oh my god, I gotta take a breath. Gonna go to that oil place I told you about earlier, and just build a bunch of fuel plants.
Ah. Cause there's a few bits of oil around here, I would say.
Well, yeah. I mean, you know, I told you the one I saw over there, where I was gonna go put the home base at, the other base at. But I am going to do something else with it. It's fuel, but I am going to make turbo. And turbo requires compacted, which I need, and sulfur to make. So if I can find a sulfur and a coal node, I can make compacted coal to make turbo fuel. And from turbo fuel, I can put that into a generator to make even more power.
Yeah.
But then if I can get turbo fuel, if I can get nitric acid, which I probably can't because I don't have anything like that, I can make rocket fuel and put rocket fuel into a generator instead.
Rocket fuel.
I am Rocket Man.
Add to make some more encased industrial beams. I need so many of these.
Luckily, you can make like 500 or 200 because I have them in storage.
Yeah, it takes a while to build them all.
Yeah.
I don't want to make 45 of them. Just for what I want to try to do. Time. I step away for 1 second. It's like, my opportunity has come, and now I'm on top of. We're now looking at the plastic. It's working. Wait, why did I grab plastic? Okay, I think I'm free. Maybe. Okay. So what I'm learning from this is that getting plastic is a mess of trying to fix where you're putting all your fluids, and you're gonna fail.
Yes, that's why 600 hours has taught me how to make plastic.
it's just an absolute mess.
Yes.
But of course, like, I am trying to lessen the impact of having way too much, like, of the excess oil, the residuals.
Yes. If you need to, like the part where it has oil itself, how it makes the plastic residue. Anything solid, metal-wise, material-wise, you can put an awesome sink and just have it bleed up into that. That will.
Oh, I can do an awesome sink.
You cannot do liquid, but you can do like solid material, like conveyor belts. It'll eat it up. Pressurizer. Normal crude oil.
So if I can figure
many-
out
oh,
how to... Well, all I need to do is I need to make it into something solid.
Technically speaking, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is 6. Alright. So let me mark 6 of the pressurizer with. I need 10 radio control units. Okay. Build a crafting bench. Radio control units.
Sorry, just taking a small moment. I'm just like, with a headset on, I'm using a slightly worse headset because my other one isn't working. But as a result, and this isn't anyone's fault, it's just I hear indistinct yelling now. Probably someone yelling at dogs, but my brain is not interpreting it that way. Yes. Karma sucks. Karma sucks. You don't hear yelling. That's good. That's good. That's really good because it means I can still trust my microphone. It's just that's not 100% the part I'm worried about. I suppose to just give an explanation. Growing up, I had a. My parents yelled a lot. And sometimes, after a lot of yelling, that yelling would be directed at me, disproportionately. Of course, now, they completely deny that happened. So I have all of those emotions to deal with, and them denying it ever happened at all.
Yeah.
But I'm alive. I lived.
Yay. Alright, this is gonna sound kind of silly.
Yeah.
I'm going to use up a bunch of power to extract this oil, but
Okay.
hopefully I can make the power back by making these fuel cells, making these generators.
Do you need
Wait.
fuel right now?
What do you mean?
I have lots of fuel, actually. I I'm basically storing
I'd
fuel.
put I'd put a couple power generators, if anything, right there where you're at, just to get more power, but also to bleed off that. That's what I was saying about having the. You can make fuel. You can. That's the point of making fuel, make plastic, is so you can have more power.
Okay, so fuel power generators. It takes encased industrial beams, frick. I need to make so many of them.
360 a minute. Okay, that's gonna produce 30 a minute. Okay, let me put a fluid buffer. I need industrial beams.
I know there's a storage in our base on the second floor for like encased industrial beams.
Yes.
Have you been taking from
If
that?
we could put a dimensional storage box next to that box. So
Okay.
what it'll do is it'll constantly feed us industrial case storage beams into our dimensional storage.
Yay!
But we need a Mercer sphere for that.
And we would have to go hunting for more Mercer spheres.
Do we not have any Mercer spheres at all? That's what I was gonna.
Let me check. We have 13.
We have a Mercer.
So
Okay,
I
so we
think,
can make it.
yeah.
We just have to get it there.
Haven't got a residue yet. Oh, it's because it's still going. Wait.
I have oil coming into smoker.
Okay.
Wait, can I increase the power pressurizer? Oh, I can. Oh.
What did you just figure out?
Well, the oil pressurizer, so the crude oil nodes that are on here, expected gas, will output so much pressure, so much oil. If I increase the pressurizer, it pushes out more oil per node. So I can get more power out, more fuel out. have to do now is put down refine.
Wrong direction.
I want to do fuel.
Bars. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. I don't need to fiddle with that more. It is okay.
That's going to be 40, 40. That's 100. And then I want to do another pipe junction here.
That's the one waiting. Okay. I've been quiet, and that is not something I should be doing consistently. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I am a streamer. This is where all of my income comes from until I can get a job, which I applied for more today. I've been trying to apply for them every day. Like, you have stable. I have the coverage. Yeah.
So that's 40 fuel, and 40 fuel.
I am over here committing ecological terrorism on the measure of covering up an entire lake, which is actually incredibly bad. IRL, like so many animals rely on the lake being uncovered.
Well, you know the thing, right, Sally?
What
If there's no animals, there's no lake.
if there's no animals, there's no lake?
If there's no animals, then there's no need for a lake.
Oh. So you want more ecological terrorism. Got it.
If there's no one to witness it, is it really terrorism?
I don't believe so.
Yeah.
Because you witnessed it. So, you know. You're somebody.
Yeah, but I'm in the group though. We're doing it together. It's not like
Yeah. Or if I think auto one, I can always make sure surplus. Purpose is too uneven. Valid placement. Yeah. Fine, I won't go straight through the terrain like I like to game. Eh. That's gonna be the yeah. Hi, Puppers. Pupper is trying to call me now, but I'm like, wait. I don't know how that happened or why. I just saw. I look over and I quickly see like, ah yes. Foundation placed. I didn't place it.
Ali, did you happen to use up some motors just now?
But I happened to use up some what?
Motors.
Yeah. Sorry, did you
I'm
need
trying
that?
to make. I tried to make power generator. I'm like, I could have swore there was 20 motors in there. Then it's like, oh wait. Oh, that's
Ah! Dog gives me the doofiest look, the happiest look, and it's the same look. Also, I got honked. Which bot or where they get the conversation starters, but there are questions like, are you a cat person or a dog person? Rackley has been doing some collabs with Haru Zulix, and they have a bot that puts conversation topics in the chat every so often. Sorry, I got distracted looking at a dog licking stuff.
ah.
Which isn't too out of the order. Wait. One of the dogs we just called Your Highness. Because, that dog is so does things at his own pace, doesn't allow himself to get excited about stuff. He's just like, yes. Yes. What's the best holiday? Ooh, what's the best holiday? Halloween. Wait. No, 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 no. Wait. Actually, hang on a second. Yeah, it would be Halloween. Because think about it this way. Halloween has a built-in need for you for this, like, happy, cheerful, all that kind of stuff, right? But even more than that, it's, if you were to say something like Christmas, then it's like, okay, but that's heavily culture dependent. You don't necessarily have Christmas everywhere. And it's like, okay, so then what about just the holidays? And it's like, Same problem, but worse for the holidays, because now you're pulling on something that's like so many like other like cultures, and that's many different holidays. That's not just one. Then you have the question of like, okay, then what about any other holiday? And I'm like, which ones? Halloween provides a lot of different excuses for a lot of different people to be able to just scare or eat candy, or, you know, it doesn't have predefined notions of what it is. Trick-or-treating, unless you're old enough, in which case it's an excuse to party. Yay. And then it's like, but you can still go trick-or-treating if you want. You can party. It's an excuse to go and try out like all those scary things you wanted to try out. Almost anybody can find any kind of reason to jump in and just enjoy. Even if it's just sitting down and having even if it's just sitting down and having a monster movie marathon. But can't do that for like general holidays aren't quite as widely applicable. They like if you think about around the holiday season, a lot of them just end up with, ah, yes, people don't celebrate this. Or that. Or this one has very specific stuff that you are expected to do and all that. And okay. I don't know. That's my immediate off-the-cuff opinion. It's like, Halloween is probably the best holiday. Simply because, like, more people can appreciate it than a lot of other holidays.
Yeah. So I put 3 more fuel generators over here, so we have power now. Not a whole lot more, but it's still another 1,500 power. We're in production now at 11,000.
Yeah.
So we're no longer hitting battery power.
Oh, that's good. That's actually amazing. Yay.
I even put 2 slugs in each of the generators.
How's that experience of getting a random conversation starter? I liked it.
Technically, I can make 2 more of another set of power generators. Because I have enough here to make more fuel.
Okay, and like just to double check. Are there still computers going into a storage box over at main base?
As far as I know, there should be. I have not touched that stuff.
Okay, okay, cool. Because I'm like,
I'm going to main base. I did take the storage computers out and put it into the machine that was doing the pressurized cube to get the time spaghetti thing faster. So computers are being built up again, but there wasn't like computers there right now. But they're probably missed now because it's been a while. If that makes sense. So there should be something built up there.
okay. Another one? Sure, absolutely. Like, actually, hang on before we get another one. Ah, dang it. I was gonna ask like what her opinion was. It's fine. What superpower do you wish you could have?
What?
Like, well, actually, no.
What?
That's the generic answer. The generic answer is shapeshifting for what power you want. My the power that I want would take a little bit of explanation to say.
Okay.
So ever since I was a kid, I wanted the ability to like, kind of, I guess, planar shift people, I guess, would be the way to put it. So the way that would work is that, let's say I see 2 people who are arguing. I planar shift them to be on 2 different planes entirely. They can see each other, kinda, but they can't hurt each other and they can't hear each other. So they're just kinda... They can't hurt. And I kinda wish I could do that. A lot of the reason I would love to be able to do that is because I'll be able to solve so many problems that way.
I find you to the cloud realm. I'll throw you away. You cannot touch me. Bye.
No, I mean, if I were to think of a drawback to the power, then I would probably say something along the lines of like everybody I plane, well, like every single plane could interact with me at once, right? That's what the drawback would be. But the general ideas is like I could stop a lot of wars just by saying, No. You're now on 2 separate planes of existence.
Uh-huh.
I can stop a lot of suffering. And it's like, I can take a look at somebody who's just like, oh my gosh, we're sharing this thing. You're like, having a hard time living together, and it's like, you're on 2 different planes now. You live in the same room. That would be a little awkward, but you wouldn't necessarily overlap. Wouldn't necessarily be cramped for space.
Would that be kind of like alternate dimension? Or
Kind of,
what would that
but...
end up being like?
What that would end up being is like you're just you pull from similar resources. There are some things that like you'd both be able to access, but for the most part, like it would be like you're just in an alternate dimension, kind of. Yeah. There's a
I think I got it. I think I got it. Say like the Marvel movies, right?
Right.
Strange, where they have the mirror dimension, where it's like it's there but it's not there.
Okay.
But or transparent version of it, where the different people in the different mirror dimensions where they could interact with each other, but they couldn't interact. They could see each other, but they couldn't like. You know? Does that make sense? Is that what you're kind of saying? Kind of?
I gotta be completely honest, my brain went...
Your brain went kaplooey?
My brain went kabloo.
The flying whale thing just hit me.
Oh. Did you know you could pet it?
I did pet it. I could. You told me you got the achievement for petting it. I decided to pet it. That's just like sideswiped me.
Yay. I took full damage.
Don't do that.
Ra-ta-ta.
Okay, game. Why are you doing this? Why aren't you making rubber? Oh, you need rubber. You don't have any rubber? Okay, I put 4 rubber in you.
Yeah. What kind of power would you like to have, Light?
Well, the shape-shifting was an idea, but I actually kind of like was thinking about this actually the other day, actually. And it wouldn't be... how do I explain it? basically to get to a point of like having the power, not say of imagination, but the power of creation, but of unlimited by your imagination,
Ah, yeah.
which would be like very much overpowered because that would include you could do anything, kind of thing.
Basically,
You're not limited. You're not limited by. You're limited by creativity. If I wanted to be able to shapeshift, I could shapeshift. I could make a device to shapeshift. I could do, you know, things like that. Just anything and everything that you want. As long as you can imagine it, you can.
yeah. Hmm.
Okay, I don't know what we're doing now. I mean, we're basically set for a while now.
I'm sitting here just like, oh hey, drone just passed me.
So the supercomputers that you have over here, Stefan, requires
Yeah.
plastic, and for some reason there's no plastic supply. That's the problem we have at main base. We do not have enough plastic production.
Okay.
That's why I stopped the supercomputers because if there's no plastic, I mean, how can you make anything? Eventually, the plastic would build up, and it would let it go to computers that actually use a lot of plastic. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah. I am just like, I am working on basically recreating everything needed to make a supercomputer over here. Yeah, limiter,
Now,
thick
now
wire.
you do that, right? So you're doing that, right? But
Yeah.
question: how are you going to get the supercomputer over here?
I'll work on that when I work on that.
That's a problem for future me.
That's a problem for future me.
In the meantime, I have upgrades to the turbo motors, and we should have turbo motors here done pretty soon.
Yeah.
So I think I might have overdone it a little bit on the crystals, on the
Yeah?
diamonds.
Yeah?
Yeah, the diamonds, the time crystal, the the converter thing over here is it's not able to process all the diamonds that's being spit out by the machine over here.
Ah.
So
Okay.
I'm actually going to slow it down to where it's not going to overfill the machine over here.
Other source of copper. Ah, jeez, here we go again. I should probably do the power pole mark, like, do. Okay, there we go, and then here we go again, here we go again. I do want to hear people sing, like, no, I don't agree with you saying Halloween's the best holiday, and here's why.
Yeah.
A little bit of feedback. Yeah. Of course, if they're just like, you're wrong! It's like, okay, why am I wrong? You're wrong! Is that would be annoying.
Nuh-uh. That ain't the best one. Nuh-uh. Why? Because. That's it.
Because I said so, that's why. And I'm just doing all of this to have a dedicated creation of supercomputers.
I was gonna say something funny, but I don't know.
Well, it'd be something funny.
You're making it. You say you're making it a dedicated wham. Dedicated video wham. Oh, wham.
Dedicated wham!
Alright, Sally, I am going to do some research.
Okay.
We're going to make artificial power supply. I need quartz crystals. I was off my fight. You ready for Ada to be talking?
Okay. Don't break, please don't break, please don't break. It broke! Synthetic power shard recipe completed. Exchanging regular exercise and filter fresh air with the automation is just the kind of progress Fix-It likes to see. It broke. I couldn't hear it anymore.
I want to know how to
Last time we went thing on February 30th and this past Halloween. Oh. Okay.
Sally?
But
Synthetic power shard. It requires time crystals, dark matter crystal, quartz crystal, excited photonic matter, and it's produced in blank. I don't know how to make it.
oh, you don't know how to make it.
I'm gonna assume that's an item we have to research here in maybe quantum technology or something. But it literally says made in this blank. I'm like, I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that.
I've been inducted into the vacuously true jokes idea yet. I don't know. If I have, then I don't know about it. I don't know it by that name. Next thing up is freaking high-speed connector, which requires quick wire. So I'm gonna have another creation of quick wire, another creation of cable, and then another creation of circuit board. Yay! I forgot how much it takes to build the duplicator.
It takes quite a bit, though.
Yeah, it does. It does. It's a
In case
lot.
you didn't know, in case you didn't know, it's gonna take a little bit.
Before Belong states like if food is made of green cheese, then anything are technically. I mean, yeah, I can see that. I can see that being a form of a joke, yeah. You are a different quick wire for a different thing. God.
Have you found any slugs, Sally? I'm gonna go slug hunting.
I've been checked.
I'm going slug hunting, Sally.
I only need two. Again, making another. Wait, no. I know why I made the other one. That kind of just calls back to the ship because it's empty. That doesn't tell you anything. Yeah. You'll figure out what I was thinking. Particular train of thought later.
I see factory being built underneath.
Yeah.
And I'm like, Oh no, this conveyor belt's gonna run everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And I need to make another circuit board. Could have a better time the last time, you know, because you never could have because there's no such day. Wait a second. There's no such day. Frick. Okay, well then that's the best holiday. That's the best holiday. I lose, you win. The best holiday is February 30th. That is the absolute best holiday. You can't really make much of an argument against it. It would be if we ever got to celebrate, sure, but on the other hand, Halloween happens more often. Bro. Bro! I don't nearly enough to make another oil. Am I producing enough plastic?
Okay, I am glitching out.
Produce plastic? This one is going different. So I can make more circuit boards. But this one. Plastic. Okay. I'll suffer because of my decision later.
Uh-huh.
My decision isn't a mistake for now. My decision isn't a mistake yet, therefore it's okay. That is how logic works now. You agree, Light?
It's the same concept as, if you don't know, it can't hurt you. So as long as you're okay with it, it's okay.
My brain is like, why did I just put 2? It's not like I'm making wire. And it's like, wait, do I need to make wire? Wire something? I do need to make more wire. Okay. Right. Okay.
Bomber sloop.
Yay! Successfully added a new boat, Ryan. Good job.
You know, I take back everything I said about power. Explosive rebar. I like the explosive rebar.
Yeah, explosive rebar is so good! It doesn't do a lot against enemies, but against the terrain, it's great.
It does do some against it. It's just depending on the enemy.
Yeah.
You can take out the hogs, like the small hogs with a blast. Why is there so much radiation over here?
It's not copper. Okay.
Oh, that was different. Huh. Hard drive. Yay.
Yay!
Disassemble. Hold it. The print wire. Rubber. Silica.
Solve that problem a bit. I'll solve that problem a little bit. To solve this problem, I'll be able to have more supercomputers. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna take a little bit.
What's the saying? It's only a problem if you look at it. Oh, you're shooting it.
That's it right here. Oh, I need to make another. Circuit board. This is taking a while. On with the super computers again. High-speed connector. I just need the quick wire, the cable, and the circuit board.
Welcome to my frustration that I have with this game.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I can do it. I can do it. I can manually make all the stuff I need.
That's the spirit.
So, 3.
Another summer school. Okay, not good. That's not good. Bye-bye. I'm gone. I'm leaving. Bye. Bye.
Things that we might need to access the
bye.
platform through. Oh, yeah. One of the conversations, otherwise we'll be poking at that HIPS code some more. I need to access the platform through a function instead of an import variable to have things work properly, given the way Python modules work. Yeah. I'm gonna admit, I should be taking more of a look at that, because it is my program. And I will later.
I'm lagging.
If I do release the HIPS program, then I am absolutely going to credit you and function as basically co-developers with how much you're helping. Doesn't matter if I'm the main person who came up with the idea and started making it. How much you're helping, it's yeah.
Game. Please.
Game is lagging on you?
It is very laggy for me. I am stuck inside a train.
Oh, that's not good at all. Frick.
I'm trying to get into train and it won't let me get into train. Train is slowly moving down the track. Literally just moving down a track.
This is taking its sweet time.
I'm trying to get into said train so I can drive said train around. Okay, I need that. I need that. So I be right back.
And the high-speed connector done. What else do I need for a supercomputer? It's just more plastic. Okay. I have blows. This line across it. This line. So close to being done with this project. So close. Oh. Oh, that one's not running. Not getting enough heavy oil residue. I'm trying to get heavy oil residue. I'm not producing the plastic. I'm not producing plastic fast enough. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Also, that was just so that I had like an offshoot of like, so that there wouldn't be a buildup. Yeah. Hold on. What was the last thing I needed? Air limiter, high speed. That should be everything. Be everything. I need to make this, so I can make the last manufacturer, and then I can be done. Ah. So I'm looking to make 18 rotors, 18 statters, so I can make 9 motors, and then be...
I have returned.
Yay! Have returned. How does it taste?
I cannot tell you that.
Oh. Secret. Okay.
I still cannot get into the train. And I'm scared because the train's just gonna keep rolling on this track.
Oh dear.
Okay. It was a very interesting glitch. The train seemed to be moving on my screen, but it wasn't.
Okay.
So I managed to go back, and then I hit an invisible train. But then I pressed the button to get into train, and it got me in the train. Like, oh, okay. So it was just my imagination.
I guess?
Not really, but you know what? It was just the train was uh, in the position where I left it, but I could see it visually still moving on my screen.
Ah. And all this time, nuclear pasta has just been chugging away.
Yes.
Like we've been doing all this stuff, we've been going back and forth, we've been like, ha! And the nuclear pasta is just going, ha 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 ha.
Does it have Alfredo sauce in it? Is that the kind of sauce we're talking about?
Possibly, possibly.
I've been on a slug hunt.
Ah.
I need 100 slugs. Or specifically, I need 100 shards. I'm researching ionized. Another spear. I harvested the scripture, okay? Leave me alone.
Yay! Yay! Glitter.
Okay, there's nothing down there I want. Okay. Is that a slug? That's a slug. Is that a slug?
Dedicated supercomputer production.
Yay.
Hang on. I just gotta take some summer sloops and just put them in this.
Okay.
Just because, like, I'm like, I want the supercomputer to be made.
Uh-huh.
And it is a very high intensity item to make.
Yes.
I basically have an entirely separate factory just for making the supercomputer.
That's what you have to do eventually.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. Okay. I was like, I had completely lost track of what was what. And I was like, where the frick is the oil extractor? I lost it again. I lost the oil extractor again. I walk 2 feet and then it's like, this has gone out of my mind. Just not there anymore. extractor, what's that? All I know is computers!
Any chance you have some heat sinks on you, or where you can get
No.
heat sinks?
I don't think I can get it easily.
But what to lose our power with you. Trying. I need heat sinks. I need to make some heat sinks. Yeah. Good grief. I have to get very far away from nuclear plants to even have radiation damage.
Oh. Oh dear.
And that is, it's getting to be a highly radioactive site.
Okay, Light.
Uh-huh.
It is time for me to do the scary thing.
Uh-oh. What are you doing?
Slugs.
No, don't touch slugs. No slugs. No slugs.
Dad. Can you remove all the slugs from the dimensional storage?
Some, yes. I am trying to research something for slugs.
Oh,
You need
okay,
slugs?
that
How many slugs you need?
makes sense. Okay.
I'm about to use 100 slugs. I went on a spree and found a bunch of slugs, but that's enough.
What are you researching?
I was
Wait,
hop-
the artificial ones, right?
We have researched it. The problem
we can
is
make-
we need to get the next. We can't make them yet. We need to get the next level,
Oh.
the next technology. We can't build them yet. So
Yes.
something that we have to finish the research. We can make them. I think it's this next encoding. We can make 'em. We just have to get the milestone done so we can make artificial slugs. Because we need dark matter, whatever that. Yeah, we need dark matter to make the slugs. Like, we were so close to making artificial, and nope, we made a miscalculation. It is not.
Ionized fuel. Ionized fuel unlocked. The origin story of this extremely efficient type of fuel was so fascinating, it resulted in a new joke. I'll tell the most popular
Oh
version.
my.
A cow, power slug, and rocket scientist walk into a bar. The scientist wants a milkshake, and so transportation was forever changed. Any historical inaccuracies have been removed by the Fix-It Department of Historical Reinterpretation.
What the heck?
That's not a joke.
Yeah, obviously. On that same note, Nelly, I put some slugs in the storage, and I'm gonna go get more slugs because I see slugs that we have not even remotely came to touching over here.
Yeah.
Grab the yellow slug.
As I have a very simple problem. The plastic refineries are receiving more oil than they can do anything about. So it's like, haha. I know how to solve this problem.
Okay, I have put more slugs in the thing. We should have about 6 of them now. So now the only thing we need to finish off our research for the MAM is alien technology, which requires a lot of spheres, and then we need 100 more slugs for the power matrix. But we'll probably get that in the next series.
The other thing is that I don't want to. I legitimately don't want to just sit down and say, haha, I'm gonna extract more plastic from stuff. I'm just like, no, no more, no more. Ah!
Now you know how I feel when something comes up and suddenly was like, I took the motors we were making over here to make something else. Why, Sonny? Why?
And I'll do it again. And now you can do it to me.
More heat sinks.
Need more of a lot of things.
Heat sink is made with outside sheet in the sheet.
Oh yeah, I
because
do have heat sink production.
yes, I need 10 heat sinks per plutonium cells to keep the power going, and if I don't fit that, there's problems. That's why I need heat sinks, because of that reason.
So it's not that you need heat sinks, it's that you need dedicated production of heat sinks.
Kind of, but what it basically comes down to is the fact that it's a power thing. I mean, we can kind of deal without it, but I'd rather not have to worry. I thought about doing something silly. I thought about putting a slug in the nuclear reactor and increasing the nuclear reactor. Obviously, it's a bad idea because it's gonna burn through or react fuel rods. Well, that's kind of defeats the purpose.
You want more Silmer sloops.
Good news is our nuclear reactor, regular one, it's got more than 50 fuel rods in it, and it's got kicked out. So
That's
kicked
good.
out some. Yeah, we got plenty of power with the reactor. Nope, stop. Reverse, stop. No, I'm sorry. Ow.
Train and train have collided. Damn it. Not trains, train and train again.
I tried to reverse and I was too late.
Ah.
did not see where the other train was, and it kind of, we had an accident.
Ah.
I tried to reverse engines, but it was too late. And then by the time I had to start reversing, the train's going boop and flew off the track.
No.
So now I am heading back to base.
Alright.
I think we have dedicated fixed at least one reactor.
Heard the famous Huey, Cheatham, and Howe. Huey, Cheatham, Howe. A little bit more, and it's like, haha. Kablooey! Kablamo! Blam blam! Ah! Kabam! Ah! Ah, frick. There are crafting tables everywhere. Because of me.
Yes. Yes, that would become the habit.
It's just, put down crafting tables.
No longer need. Searching for hard drives. Okay. What are we needing? What are we doing? Did you get the turbo motors in the machine yet? To the space elevator? Or to the MAM, the thing, whatever?
No, I've been focusing on supercomputers the entire time.
Alright, well, we have enough turbo motors for it, so I'm gonna go put those in the bank.
Yeah.
Supercomputer, you require 400. That's gonna take a while.
Yep. That's why I was a little bit upset when supercomputers are paused.
Well, it's not that they're paused. I turned it back on, and they weren't going.
Oh.
There's no plastic.
Ah.
We have like zero plastic going to it at all. So yeah, it's so much stuff that it's not actually worth it. Okay, so now the plastic is recovered because I fixed the time ago. But now high-speed connectors are not being made. High-speed connectors require a lot of quick wire. Quick wire is not coming in fast enough. Matter of fact, quick wire is definitely not coming fast enough. Yeah, we have a problem with the plastic. I fixed some of the plastic problems, but now we need quick wire. I am following the quick wire line all the way back to where the quick wire started. Oh no, don't tell me it's the quick wire. Oh, wonder. No wonder. I only had one little box to make quick wire.
Yeah. Okay. This line is way too much. So therefore, the solution is I fix it.
That's the name of the game.
I thought the name of the game was Satisfactory.
Everything has fix it on.
Oh, yeah, okay, okay.
Everything has fix it.
That one. Yeah. Okay.
You know, it's almost to the point of where it's so dark in these rooms underneath the platform built. You might have to build lights underneath it now.
Oh,
If it
we
works
might
well.
actually, we might have to. Okay. Speed connectors are the slowdown on computers.
Yes, that's what I was trying to fix. But we need quick wire, so I fixed the quick wire. So- How much quick wire does the computers need?
A lot. I have several different things of like all of that going in. There's a Caterium nearby, so it's like, it's fine, it's fine. Time to go hunting for war power slugs.
There, I just put a big boost on the quick one.
Yay! I have... Oh, frick. It's right over there. I can see slugs all over the place. I just can't access them right now because random input time. I did not want to jump, but I jumped anyways.
Again, Sally, I am amazed by how far you run conveyor.
By how far I run conveyor, you're just like, there are better ways than this, and I'm like, conveyor go burr.
Conveyor goes swoosh.
Conveyor belt go swoosh.
Okay, why are there slugs on the high-speed conveyor? High-speed connector? Requires 5.
No reason.
There's no possible way to get that much. Do we have any sleuths for this?
Okay. I'm being attacked.
No, we don't have any. Okay.
Ah! Oh, frick. There's a lot of them. Kaboom! No, I missed. Oh, I really missed. I'm pretty out of the blueies. Frick. Fine.
Nelly,
What?
did you use all the summer sleuths up?
Yes.
Okay. Because I'm trying to fix the supercomputers.
Oh.
I'm close to fixing it. It's just the fact that
I used up all the summer slugs.
I did not have enough. Well, yeah, that's one thing. I don't have enough quick wire production to make it. Oh! Whoa, 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 whoa!
Takes so much quick wire.
I've
We needed to get from 1001 9 in binary to 10 to 10 10 10 in binary. I do remember that. Is that a consistent thing? Does it take 11 to get to, like... My brain isn't thinking right now, so it's like, that might not be. Alright. Oh, it took 1 to get to 11. Oh. Okay. That's fun to think about. Yay! No.
So we have 50 supercomputers over here, Simon.
Okay.
In storage.
I'm on the final step. Which is just... I am fixing the quick fire situation here. Dang it. Frick. Okay, I'm not quite done with the quick wire stuff yet. But I have a way to work on it. I do the constructor? I hardly know where. You. Merger. Gonna go over here. Take this.
That's just simple. I discovered I was fighting an uphill problem.
What was the uphill problem?
Well, I'm desperately trying over here to make the supercomputers
Yeah?
produce as much as possible. And then I realized why I've adjusted the speed for the high-speed converters or connectors to work, and yet it doesn't seem to be enough. I look over here and I see you have a splitter put in to split off high-speed connectors from the production.
Yeah?
So no matter what I did, I was not going to be able to get enough production to keep the supercomputers going
Well, if you think the
all
minimum
the
energy
time.
is 9 plus 1 is 20, then... I just watch the high-speed connectors things to check to make sure it's gonna be fine. Okay, let's see what the limit of quickfire reaches once it manages to build one is. Got 148. And 149? 147. Right. We're slowly losing the battle.
Welcome to my life.
My life too now. We share a life together now. I should fewer games against 13. I see, okay. One more machine I must power slug, and then my high-speed connectors is fine.
So I fixed the big computers over here. I fixed that problem. So now it's steady 100%. With some snoop to make even more. Okay, Sally,
Yeah?
it is getting close to my bedtime.
Ah! We spent the entire stream just being like, supercomputers!
I spent half my time reactor going meltdown. Need to prevent reactor meltdown.
Oh yeah, that's also fair.
But we have power. We should, even if we lose one of the reactors, we should be fine for the most part because one reactor is not going to go down anytime soon. Well, the other one requires heat sink. I don't have heat sink. I don't have them. Problem. So all we need is for this to get done, and then we can finish up the milestone, and we can hit the thing, and maybe make our own power slug.
mean, supercomputers are still being held back by high-speed connectors, but they are being made.
Selling.
What?
I am gonna alternate AI limited requires quick wire and plastic made in assembly.
That's it.
Does that help you? Does that help you get manufactured?
Let me check my AI limiter. Which one's AI limiter? That's circuit requires quick wire and plastic?
I have a new recipe that you can use. You can use right now. AI limited requires. Let me see.
Oh, it requires quick wire and copper.
Yeah. Now this requires plastic and quick wire. If you want to go that route.
I'm okay in the route I'm going.
Because I know you have things with plastic, but I was saying, yeah, see what plastic you can use it to make quick wire now, or make it to make AI limiters now.
Yeah, I could. That could be useful.
Okay, supercomputers are now missing plastic. Thank you. What's wrong with the plastic? I know what the problem with the plastic is. You know what the problem with plastic is?
What's the problem with the plastic?
You have everything using plastic over here. There's like 7 things that use plastic, and you're using every single bit of plastic available. And then it's using up my extra resource of plastic. You're killing me with this plastic.
Yay. You wanna come see like what the supercomputer base is now?
I saw it when I was passing by overhead on the
Okay.
grade. I was like, is that even making a picture stuff?
This is all just for supercomputers.
Oh, I made a base on the other one, and I ended up calling it GM General Motors. It's only taking motors. It's like the same thing that you got, like 30 different things making motors, and only motors. I literally have as bad like a second story floor just for making motors.
Just motors. Just motors. Nothing but motors. Nothing but motors. Just motors. Just motors.
Motors and rotors and stators.
That being said, like, how many supercomputers are over there?
Um, 75.
Yay! And I'm looking at 38.
So we're getting closer.
Yay!
We're basically halfway there. More than halfway there.
Oh, we're halfway. Why is cable being the restricting factor now? You have dedicated cable production. What is slowing you down?
You are starting to get into the efficiency part of things, really. That's where my hang-ups are. So you are experiencing the satisfactory way.
Oh wait, I know why I slowed down. Because copper is being made into ingots, which is being made into wire, which is being made into cable. But that is a lot of slowdown. Production is not fast.
Just make more. And more. And more. Okay. I am going to get toasted. So it's been fun.
Goodbye. Has
Thanks.
been.
So, okay, I am We can do this again. Like I said, we got about, like, what did I say? 2 milestones done, or two things done.
Uh,
If it
that
wasn't
sounds
for the
right.
lack of running out of power, if it wasn't for the lack of power, we would have probably gotten a little bit closer. But we needed too much stuff.
We just dedicated supercomputer production. That is just why. Why?
I ask myself every single time. Why do I play this game? Why am I suffering with this? Why am I making my brain hurt?
Then you know what? I think it's worth it because it's a pretty fun game. We're close to the end.
Yes, it just flows so easy.
Yeah.
All right, let me insert.
Yeah. So yeah, I should probably raid out. I will keep Satisfactory running for a little bit longer. But I am feeling tired and I am feeling hungry and I have a lot of stuff happening in my just day-to-day IRL life that is stressing me out so much. Ah! But
Okay,
we should be raid.
I have no idea. I'm ready to turn my computer off. I just need to hit the button.
You're gonna
I'm gonna go crash literally. So okay,
yeah.
I'm gonna go get wrapped up in a nice blanket and stay warm. Night.
Night. We're gonna raid Fairy Hime. Wait. Yeah, we're gonna raid Fairy Hime. Anyways, thank you all so much for watching. Please remember to always be awesome, always be kind, and keep observing something very silly could happen. Like on Thursday. Wait, what's Thursday? Thursday. Well, actually, hang on. Thursday is gonna be a thing with Markley over on Markley channel. So, that's gonna be Deltarune. Tomorrow, I'm just gonna stream. It's gonna be whatever I feel like, and it's gonna be fun. So, raid message should be need more plastic! Anyways, here's our message. Be sure to copy, paste it, or emotes on the beginning and end of it. And I hope to see you tomorrow. Yay! Alright, have a good time. I'm just waiting because, like, oh my gosh. I went on the fairy stream and I'm just like, okay, let's get advertisements over. And then I'm looking and it's like 2 minutes of ads. Bye, Jeannie! It was fantastic seeing you here! Yay! I'll see you tomorrow. That being said, I'm stuck in ad hell on Fairy's channel, so make sure to say hi for me while I like try to get out. Bye!